The tears of a clown, Daisy, when no one's around. You wanna go pee-pee? Wanna go pee-pee, Eddie? Huh? Go pee-pee? Tears of a clown, when there's no one around. Tears of a clown, when there's no one around. Tears of a clown. The tears of Daisy's clown, when my little Daisy's around. The tears of a clown, when my Daisy's around. You never mind who this is, and quit using other people's IDs. No, you guys are faking. This isn't Maddie and Gerald. Damn weirdo. Don't you have anything better to do and use somebody else's photo on an avatar? Stupid freak. Give those people a break. They're struggling addicts. No, you're bye-bye. You're going bye-bye. Get lost, loser. Get a life. The tears of a clown, 'cause there's no one around. The tears of a clown, when there's no one around. The tears of Daisy being a clown, that's my little dog's around. The tears of a clown, my Daisy's around. That's my Daisy. Do 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 ding 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 ding. Doom do do doom do do doom doom. Ding 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 ding. Ding dang da da dang da da dang dong. Ding 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 ding. The tears of a clown. Hey, Anthony. Yeah, I heard she died. It's too bad, isn't it? 96, wasn't she? I talked to Ted today. Are you home by yourself, Anthony? Yeah, that's too bad. What, hon? Come on up here. Come on, Betty. You want to get up, Betty? Come on, hon. Come on. Come on, hon. Come on, Betty. Come on, honey. Come on, hon. Jump, hon. Come, Betty. You home by yourself, Anthony? Tiny bubbles. Come on, Betty, hon. Come on. Come on up here. Go, Betty, honey. Go, Betty, good girl. Come on, hon. Come on, hon. No, that's not the real Maddie. That's not the real Maddie. That's a fake. That's somebody using Maddie's photo. That's not the real one, Anthony. A lot of weirdos on YouTube. You got to be careful. You got to keep your eyes peeled. You by yourself up there, Anthony? Hey, Rainy Days. How you doing? What's that, a little chihuahua in the picture? Checking out a little chihuahua. Come on to Betty, hon. Come on up to Betty. Got rain down here today. Rainy days and Mondays always get me down, except it's Saturday. Nothing. Maddie's a sweetheart. She's a drug addict, Anthony. But that's not the real Maddie. That was somebody using Maddie's picture. Shut up, Daisy. That was somebody using Maddie's picture. Some troublemaking jerk. I love Maddie. Good girl. I had a good girl. No, Daisy wanted to get up so she could look out the window. Go on, hon. Get up there. Get up there on the top of the couch. Oh, good for you, Anthony. You're growing up now. You can be alone. Oh, a McNabb. I don't think I ever heard of those Rainy Days. Huh. I was taking care of little Stewie here. I don't know if you've ever seen any video on him. Cute little guy. His owner died, and my buddy's wife got him at the pound. He's old, blind, health problems. He's real grouchy. Yeah, good for you, Anthony. Well, you're an adult now. You can do those things. Good for you. Yeah, it's good. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. I don't know why I sneeze down here. A lot of people do. Something in the air. Just here partying. I watch the UFC prelims. These pay-per-view old has-been fights aren't worth it. Good girl, hon. I posted that little video today, that girl playing the violin and presumably her mother and dad and another kid. But a lot of people left comments that they see people running the scam all over. I wonder what they mean by that. I mean, you can't fake playing a violin. So is this some kind of thing going on all over the place, or? I mean, they're playing music and you're paying them for it. I guess I don't see what the scam is. There's nobody's forcing you, or they're not misleading anybody. I don't quite get that. Excuse me. Oh, cool, Rainy Days. Are they better at it than most other herding dogs? Oh, have they tell them I said hello? If I was there, I'd go over there and eat dinner. Have you been going in there much? Excuse me. You tell them I'm missing their good food, Anthony. Oh, that's cool, Rainy Days. Do you use yours as a herder or just a pet? It's a little humid out tonight. Oh, good for you, Anthony. That's good. She's a nice girl. That's good. You got a good quality friend. Hey, Simple Life, how you doing? What are you doing down there in Louisiana? Hey, Simple Life, do you go to LSU? Oh, that's cool, Rainy Days. Yeah, I didn't think that was worth pay-per-view, Dave. So I didn't order it. Dave, do you see where some people left comments that those there are people out across the country like doing that, playing the violin? and they're calling it a scam. Do you know any more about that? Good. I'm just sitting here watching a little TV, Simple Life. I went out and got some tractor parts today. I went up to Athens. Athens is a nice town. All these college towns look alike. University of Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Michigan State. If you blindfolded a person, put them in there, they'd think they were in the same place. Kentucky, Ohio State. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they weren't there much longer after I did that little video. And Chicago's getting crazier and crazier. You know where else is going to hell? Kalamazoo and Ann Arbor. You're reading about murders up there more often than you used to. Oh, South Bend's getting like that too, huh? Huh. I wonder if Highland's hanging in there at all. Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to go to that Miner Dunn and then get gas at that Valero right down the street. I think it was a Valero or a Thornton's. Yeah, Highland looks like another place. I wonder, is that Miner Dunn still open? Probably. I'll bet COVID finished a lot of those mom and pop places off. Oh, okay. I never had one of those. It's getting cooler down here. I think it's only 70 out. It's the coolest it's been since I've lived here. Oh, okay. We got a loaner car because these pickups aren't running. It's an Escort hybrid, which seems like a real piece of junk. It's brand new, but 42 miles a gallon, man. I'll tell you, I'm liking that part, but that's hard to believe. Hardly uses any gas at all. I've been driving it for 2 days, and I still got 200 miles left. It hasn't even like budged using all electric. Hey, Jeff. No, I haven't cooked. I don't really cook. Down here, it's basically ramen noodles where I go out to eat. I haven't cooked any steaks or any of that stuff down here. It's been too damn hot outside. I have done shrimp a couple times, some corn on the cob, but that's about it. Oh, well, after I get set up a little better, I got to get up to Michigan. I got 4 months of mail sitting up there, if you can believe it. I probably have my power turned off, which I don't care because I knew it wasn't going to get cold after I left. I got to go up there and sell that place. I've just been dragging my feet on practically everything. I need to go to a dentist, a doctor, change my accounts, all sorts of stuff. Okay, Dave, have a good time. Hey, I see you. How you doing? Yeah, I don't have any women treat me nice. Yeah, I'll get back to it. Yeah, give it a try. Today I went up to Athens. I've been trying some different things for the tractor, and had a good barbecue lunch at this place. That Woodville barbecue was great. They've been there like 50 years. Never got the PO box. Nah, I don't get anything done. I'm debating whether to get a PO box. On one hand, I can get mail delivered here, but I got to go put a mailbox up, which isn't the end of the world. Because just in a way, it does make sense to have a PO box, and then when I'm expecting something, I gotta drive down there and check it. You know what I mean? I gotta quit screwing around and get that done. I probably should just go get a mailbox tomorrow. Dig a hole for a pole, put it in. Hey Beth, how you doing? Did you get home early tonight? No, I guess you would have been home anyway. You work day shift, don't you? Oh, you're tired, huh? Okay. You been working a lot? You been uploading any more videos? Oh, okay. Good. That's good. Yeah, here down there, Simple Life. Down there at the end of the bed. She get a hamburger today. Yeah, and it takes time. You're right, Beth. Oh wow, that's a long way. I see you. Good for you. Hey, Simka, how you doing? That's good. I like going to Athens. The only problem with Athens for me is like the way I go up there, the shortest way. It takes you from the east side of Athens to the west side, where the Barnes and Noble's at, and then the middle of that is the campus, and it's an absolute nightmare driving through there. I'm telling you, Athens is like relatively small, but it can take a half hour from going to the east side to the west side. And there's no real quick other way other than to go out of your way west and then straight north. If everything was on the east side, I'd have it made. Excuse me. That's why I go to Augusta sometimes. Yeah, you'll sleep good tonight. Yeah, I haven't been doing that many lives lately. I've been messing around with these tractors and I got behind and finding parts and then I cut till late and I'm tired or it's been humid out. No, I don't know. Helen, Georgia. No, I don't. My buddy's wife is really big into aluminum Christmas trees. It's like the country's expert on it. She's got like a bunch of them, knows everything about them, that kind of thing. I don't know. What part of Georgia is it? I'll tell you where you'd like simple life. Look up Frankenmuth, Michigan. That's another place where there's Christmas all the time. Hey, Michelle. No, I don't know where it is. I never heard of it. I never got back there. Well, I shouldn't say I got back there. She's a manager at a seafood restaurant on Sundays, and she wanted me to stop by, and it just never jived with my schedule. I've been back to P.F. Chang's a couple times, but not on the day she works. I just haven't gotten back there yet, and done that. And the way it's worked out on the Sundays, I just didn't feel like wait until that place opened, or I didn't really feel like seafood. It's so easy to go to that Barnes and Noble there in Augusta and then walk across the parking lot to the P.F. Chang's. She was actually working tonight. I thought about going there, but I had that pretty good barbecue today in Woodville, and then I went up to Athens, and that's the opposite way. I was heading northwest, and that's east. So, it's just when one thing or another and timing or, what have you. Oh, North Georgia. Okay. Hey, Michelle. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I'll get up there one of these days. I'm not, I'm like, how can I describe this? Just kind of like half-assed with everything I do. I'm not too enthused about anything. Oh, okay, simple life. Yeah, tomorrow, like, so yeah, what a cut. I'm behind on my grass cutting, and I probably wouldn't have can't come back so early tonight, but you can never tell. You'll see rain, and then you come down to it here, and it didn't rain all day. It's like Florida, this pockets of rain, and it's not like looking at a weather report and believing it. You just never know. So I wanted to at least cut the 4 acres around the house, and it started raining just as I got here. So it put me at home way too early, and I just didn't feel like driving east over to Augusta. So we'll see if it's dry tomorrow or not. I used to cut with the tractor and also the zero turn if it was wet, but I don't do it anymore because it looks like crap. That grass gets all lumped underneath the mower deck, and it looks like you're getting ready to bale hay. It looks like crap. So I'd rather just wait till it dries out and cut it. Hey, Simple Life, what type job did you say hubby has? What does he do for a living? Well, I was just sitting here on the couch and it's kind of humid out tonight. That's why. And I thought maybe I'd get a little better signal here, which I don't know if I do or not. It's better just laying down, sitting on that rocker chair. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Oh, good. Nah, shit, you couldn't have had more sticky from June till about 2 weeks ago. I mean, it was hot, a broiler. I had a guy I know down here want me to help him look for an airplane. He wants to get his license. He wanted me to go look at a couple of airplanes. I'm to be honest with you, I'm out of the loop in aviation. I'm behind in everything. I need to spend a couple weeks catching up. I got back into it. Yeah, it's we're already getting on some of these live oaks. The leaves are falling. I've been kind of this is baby snake season, and I haven't seen any. I got to get up to Michigan. There's a lady that wants to buy my condo really bad. I mean, I do want to sell it, but not not until I feel like getting up there. There's a bunch of stuff I want to bring down. I don't have any place to move it to. She's getting divorced after a 30-year marriage. She's all upset and kind of, wanting to move, which I don't blame her. I told her I'd give her a first shot at it. I'm not even trying to get, every last penny out of it. I'd be glad to work. I was going to let her stay there for free, which I would do, but I got a lot of stuff up there and it's locked and nobody has a key. And I was going to go up there and just kind of help her out so she could get away from her husband until the divorce was final. But with these pickups on the blink, I was going to take a load of boxes up with me and just get my stuff packed and give her more room and at least move it down to the basement. And now that these pickups aren't running, I don't have that. So to just go up there in my van is just not enough of a reason, you know? Yeah, I feel sorry for him. I guess I suspect there's another woman involved, but evidently he pushed her while they had friends over and the cops got called. He got arrested in front of her and they have a couple kids. I feel bad for them. They're really good friends of Anthony's parents. Hey, Frisky. Hey, Faye. So, I mean, I'll give her first shot at the place. Up there, it's like housing, it's like it's everywhere else. Those are pretty decent condos for a town like that, and they're reasonable. So they're in high demand. Yeah, I don't mind helping her out. I mean, she's really her whole world's crashing. She had a panic attack the other day and had to go to emergency room. Yeah, Anthony stopped by. Yep. Yeah, I only paid 75 grand for that condo, and it'd been empty for 2 years when I bought it. I bought it off a doctor, and I think they're selling for 125, something like that. When people, there's a perfect example. Like that Florida place is going to bring pretty good money, but there's a perfect example of how I shouldn't say the rich get richer, but the difference if you have enough money to buy compared to if you rent your whole life. So luckily, I had 75 grand. I paid cash for that place like 11 years ago. I lived there for 11 years, and I'm going to sell it for, probably 50 grand more than I paid for it. So not only did I never pay rent, I'm getting another 50 grand. So when people, plus you get to deduct the interest. I didn't do that because I paid cash for it, but it's just a perfect example. It's even 10 times worse now than it was then. The real estate market was in the tank then, but it just goes to show you if you can swing buying how much more of an advantage you'll be at as like a middle class person than if you have to rent your whole life. If you have to rent, you are screwed. You're never going to get ahead, especially today with not today's rents. And I'll tell you where one of the biggest disproportionate expensive places to live. Of course, you know this. It's the people that can least afford it. Trailer parks. They got you by the balls in those places. You know, maybe in the 50s and 60s, a trailer park was cheap to live in. Not anymore. And once they get you to move that trailer in there, you're basically an indentured servant. Not only are you paying up the ass for lot rent, your utilities are through the roof because of the poor insulation and R factors in the windows and the roofs. I mean, you know how it is in life. I mean, you could be born retarded, you could be born uneducated, you could have bad breaks in life. I mean, anybody can end up in a trailer. And if you do, it's like all aspects of life, whether it's friends, good jobs, personal relationships. You know, you're struggling, you're trying to get up and get a house. But when you're in a situation like that, it's the amount of money you have to spend to live there almost guarantees that you're never going to be able to get out of there and get into a good middle class neighborhood because there isn't enough discretionary money left to save. And this stuff is getting 10 times worse. That was one of the big things that made me decide on, I'm living up there in Florida. I mean, in Michigan. It's okay. I get sick everywhere after a while, but that's more of an issue between the years than it is the place that I'm at. So you're up there, you're kind of bored, you're thinking of kind of leaving, that kind of thing. And really my options were pretty limited. No girlfriends, no relationships. Hell, I wasn't even married. Not that that should even be part of the equation, but I was kind of like looking at like, tits up in West Branch and living a below average life. I mean, it was good and I got by, but I was kind of sick of it. After all, I went up there to help my sister and I haven't talked to her in 8 years. She just got put in a convalescent center. So really the reason I went up there, it kind of went down the drain pretty early on after I arrived. And I liked it there. And as I've said all along, if the winters would have stayed traditional and we'd have got blizzards and snowstorms and freakish cold, I'd have probably stayed. But between the lackluster winters and just having no reason to be there, I was kind of like, struggling with depression. And, I remember thinking, geez, I don't know what's going to happen here. The weird thing is I probably would have never filed for divorce if I hadn't come down here. Not for any real good reasons. I didn't really need the money. And I didn't really want to force her out of there. So here I meet a guy on eBay. He says, just come down here. Don't worry about it. It's like, I said, well, I got to pack. He said, you don't need to pack anything. He said, get in your car and head south. And when you get through Atlanta, go east on 20. Here's the address. I'll have keys. And that's exactly what I did. And I'm heading towards 5 months now, and it's been great. It's been great lately, although it wasn't great at the beginning. But there's something to this southern hospitality down here. And now at this age, I think that it'll be a good place to go tits up. Yeah, I tried, yep. Oh, good for you, Mary. Yeah, so I would say I got like the people down here. I know this sounds corny for me. Let me give you an example. I'm sure I'll get raked over the coals for this, but as you guys know, I'm not running for office. I don't need a job. And I'd just rather tell you the truth as I see it, which is subjective and biased. But I know this is crazy now. And I never bring this up before because I might have mentioned it before. Because, you could still be a racist and be friends with blacks and stuff like that. But I had a black best man at my wedding. I lived with black guys in college by choice. I don't bring it up because it seems like you're using this as a badge of honor in this political climate, and I don't want to do that. I'm still in touch with these guys. And I was also the best man in all black wedding. So I don't have any problem with blacks. I mean, in general. Look, I have had hassles with blacks, and I have gotten fights with blacks, and I have said the wrong things about blacks. And I own it. It's no problem. But like I say, in the heat of the moment, that doesn't mean anything. And if I could help them out, I would. And I think everybody knows that. But if you ever get, a sound bite, you can lose your job and whatever. But I can tell you this. And it isn't to say that when I was in Detroit that the majority of blacks were a problem. They were not. There were great people I met down there. I interviewed plenty of them. It was a great relationship. I had my own mental problems going on at the time, and I met a lot of great black people. But I can tell you this, there was also a part of Detroit and Flint where it wasn't like that. And there was a very high percentage of heavy crime, racism, biased, neighborhoods that you didn't want to go into. And then, people who want to argue, well, yeah, there's white neighborhoods you don't want to go in. Yeah, I knew all that. But believe me, I know the difference. And I'm telling you, up there it was much different down here. I was just talking to a buddy of mine today. Now, you got to be careful because when I'm explaining feeling comfortable living around blacks and being friends with blacks down here, I'm not saying it because I think in order to be a good black, you need to live like white people. I'm not saying that at all. I can just tell you this. Of the people I've met since I've been down here, the cops, the county officials, the local sheriff, the mechanics, the people that work in all the stores are absolutely fantastic. I would do anything for them. I communicate with them. I see them all the time. And it isn't that I wouldn't have done stuff for blacks in Detroit, but there's some of them I wouldn't have. And it was a bigger number of stay the hell out of those neighborhoods. It's just a fact. Look up Detroit. Look at the FBI statistics, the Michigan State Police statistics, whatever. But here's an example I want to give you. I was talking to a buddy of mine today, and he says, what's the deal with that Southern hospitality? And I said, well, I'll tell you, man, you're going to think it's bullshit, but there's something to it. With the whites, believe it or not, these Pentecostal religious people, you're never going to meet better salt of the earth people you've met in your life. I mean, I'm sure there are good examples of Christianity everywhere, but from what I've witnessed personally down here, it's like the real deal. If you believe in the whole Christianity and the Jesus and the God story and all that, you're not going to find a better example of Christian people than you are down here. They're the sweetest, nicest. I've met 3 couples that I've becoming pretty good friends with that have marriages that I thought were only possible in storybooks and romance novels and movies. They're the nicest relationships and nice kids. It's unbelievable. And I was telling a buddy of mine tonight, he said, what's the difference between the blacks like in Detroit and the blacks that you met down here? This is exactly the way I put it. Let's take for an example, there was an all black neighborhood, which there is down here in, let's say, Crawfordville, and a house came up for sale. I would move in there in a heartbeat. Not think a thing about it. Just as I would move in anywhere else. No problem. Now, do you think I would have moved into Detroit like that? Hell no. All my shit would have came up missing. I'd have been threatened. God knows what would have happened. Robbed. I mean, it's there. You can look at any of the places down around Delray. Down here, there is no difference in the neighborhoods here than where I came from. None. Zero. Except it's all black people some places. Not where I live, because this is a couple 100 acres and it's out in the middle of nowhere. But if Marty and I got in an argument and I had to leave tomorrow, I would move in an all black neighborhood and be happy to do so. No, I don't think it'd sell for $175. I think they're selling for about $135,000. That's what the last one sold for. It's true, Simple Life. I'm talking to myself, Grouper. Yeah, you're right, Cindy. Yeah. And the cops are nice too. The cops are nice down here too. Look, if I run into that, I run into truck drivers like, I mean, somebody's gonna bitch about this and say that, I'm talking about blacks like it's novel that they're nice blacks, and how did I never said that there weren't nice blacks. I told you about my best man and that kind of thing. I'm just telling you, down south here, it's great. They might have went up, and I don't really think so, to tell you the truth. I don't think they went up. And to be honest with you, I've been so shit lucky in so many things in my life that I would give this lady that's getting divorced a good deal. I really would. You want to go out and go pee pee? You want to go pee pee? Want to go out here and go pee pee? Come on. Want to go pee pee? Come on. No, nope, not been in Detroit. No, I've been down in Georgia. I've been down in Georgia. Let me give you an example. Like, see, you're. I mean, I'll acknowledge them. It's a fine line here. I mean, if somebody challenges me on it, I'll tell them to hit the road. I know what the difference is, and I don't need to really convince anybody of it. I can tell you when I go down, get a coffee in the morning, it's all blacks. They give me a big hug. Glad to see me. I go down to the county building. Tax assessor gives me a big hug. See the sheriff here, black lady, comes up, shakes my hand, says it's glad to have me down here. I mean, this is just crazy compared to Detroit. I'd be up to Detroit handing out winter clothes, canned soup, ramen noodles, pop, vitamins. Cops would pull me over and it's like, hey, motherfucker, you up here with your horror girlfriends again? It's like, what are you talking about, horror girlfriends? I'm just bringing stuff down that, people sent me in the mail. It's like, yeah, that's what they all say. So why don't you get the fuck out of here? Go back to West Branch. That was the way that the interactions went with the Detroit Police Department. So, for the people out there, acting like I claim that it's novel, that there's a difference between the blacks that I dealt with there and the blacks that I dealt with here. Well, there's a perfect example for you, particularly in law enforcement. Yeah, I'm not shitting you, Jim. It's crazy, man. You know, a lot. I've moved different places. I've lived a bunch of different places, and I have my good friends come visit me. And I always take them to like the best seafood restaurant, or let me take you down and watch a damn helicopter land or some shit like that. I cannot wait when I get this building finished to have my friends come down here because I'm going to blow their damn minds with. They're up from around Detroit and places like that. They're not going to believe it, and I'm not going to say a word about it. I'm just going to take them around, and they're going to realize that this, why doesn't CNN or ABC or NBC, why don't they come down here and do a thing about racism? You know why? Because there isn't any. It's not like that down here. Not a bit of it. Big time, grouper. There's none. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't incidents. That, of course, I don't know about everything that goes on, right? But I can tell you this, that it is beautiful. Come on, hon. Come on, honey. And I'll tell you this, too. And this is going to sound corny as hell. This is going to sound so corny, it's unbelievable. Like, I'm kind of like a distant guy with people. Like, I got acquaintances, not that many good friends. And I can honestly tell you, in my whole life, and like I'm 66 now, that this is the first place including where I was raised, including West Branch and everywhere else I've lived, where I really felt welcomed. I mean, legitimately welcomed. Like, people really like me. I mean, like, would help me. They really, they, I could count on them for any. There's 20 people down here. If I got sick or cancer or something, they would bringing food over and doing my laundry and wouldn't say a thing about it. And they'd be feeding Daisy and walking her around the house. I've never felt that my whole life, but I feel it here. And that's not just with the people of Crawfordville. It's Marty's family too. His mother and his daughters. You know, I'm not too much of a like touchy feely guy, you know, like contact and stuff like that. But when I'm down here, like, you know, I usually avoid that kind of stuff. And man, when I see Marty's daughter, they give me a big hug. And it's the first time I ever like felt it. And his mother too. It's like, just like really feel like welcome. Here I am down here, heading on my 5th month. I've never felt more comfortable in my whole life. Never been an argument, a disagreement, a weirdness, nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I've got so lucky here, man. It's like, and here's something crazy too. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but it's just something that I've rolled around the back of my mind. Like, I'm not a religious guy, but I've had very good friends. My best friend was a priest in Chicago. And then I knew another guy that ran a huge Pentecostal church in Orlando with about 50,000 members. Not that that makes me different than anybody that didn't know these guys. It's just for some ironic reason, I was very tight with guys that were men of the cloth as good friends, although I wasn't religious. It's weird, but it kind of happened that way. And I would go to churches here and there, and I tried to do it when I was in Chicago. I belonged to that Presbyterian church right there on Michigan Avenue. I tried. I just couldn't do it. It always seemed like a bunch of bullshit. The people seemed like a bunch of phonies, and I wasn't really buying into the entire Jesus Christ story. And I just, you know, found ways to not do it. But down here, I've seen these people in action down here. I mean, if you did a documentary down here about, I've always said, if you took a good Christian, whether you believed in it or not, and they did what they were supposed to do, and they lived their life like the Bible wanted them to, you would love them as your neighbor. And that's what I've experienced down here. This is the real bullshit good people like you'd see in a 1940s movie. It's crazy. Yeah. Hey, Rita. I didn't even think this was possible. Like this couple that I know now that own this place that they just opened this. I met them today, actually. You know, Marty is like, you know, Marty does pretty well financially, right? And he's in love with like historical buildings. So he's buying them all the time. It's nothing for him to buy 5 historical buildings in a month. So he said to me last week, he said, hey, your buddy down there that opened the uh, garage, he's a builder full time, but they're like doing other businesses. He said, why don't you go down there and take him up to that building I just bought in Unionville and get me a quote for making a bathroom and fixing. So I did. I met him today at 1. Him and his wife are like super Christian, nicest people you ever meet in your life. 2 gorgeous kids. And they're just so nice and refined and polite and great parents. And believe me, I'm on my best behavior when I'm around them. I try to be. I did mess up a little bit today when I was showing them this place that Marty bought. You know, I had the keys to it. Marty's with his grandchildren now. It's a mountain thing. Only fucked up once. And I said something about crooked contractors and getting bent over, which is pretty good for me. Yeah. No, that's not nice. Yeah, so I did get lucky down there. Now here's the deal. How it's going to end, you never really know. And for all the bitching that people do about getting older, uh, and it's true. It's true. You do kind of run out of fun things to do. I know I did. I know my enthusiasm. See, that's the thing. You never really know where to draw the line between age and chronic depression. And when they intermingle like a piece of rope, you don't know what's what. You know, I always have to, when you're 20 years old and you're suffering from something, you know exactly what it is. It's a medical event or it's situational. You're dating someone you can't stand. You're trying to get away from. You're working a job you hate. But when you get at this age, you're trying to figure out, why am I not happier? And that's tough to figure out sometimes. One thing that I've learned over the years that I was really a late learner on, and that was, it took me so long to realize that depression wasn't really because of anything other than bad genes. It wasn't because of the relationship I lived in. I mean, a little bit I was involved in, where I lived, where I worked, who my clients were. You're always thinking it's some outside source. And I've realized in the last 3 or 4 years that I can be chronically depressed without any outside sources. So it's unfair to blame it on where I've lived and who I've been involved with. It's just between the years. It's a mental illness, emotional disability. Yeah, getting old sucks. Yeah, I talked to my doctor buddy today. He said that, this guy's a smart guy. He's been around forever. He said I used to be a workout nut my whole life up until about 55, lifting weights all the time, staying in great shape. And then honestly, I just didn't feel like doing it that much anymore. You know, you'd be surprised at shit you do when you're like thinking that you're going to have this great whirlwind romance someday. And when it comes to fruition and you realize what a big crock of shit it was, not in everybody's experience, but in a guy like mine, and you realize, this isn't going to happen. I mean, for probably mostly because of me. And when I realized that for sure, and I didn't really want it anymore anyway, it wasn't like I was missing something, I quit doing a lot of the shit that I did earlier. And I realized that I was doing a lot of that stuff just to because you were in the dating world. And once you get out of that for sure and you don't think you're going to go back, you don't really care if you're in that great shape. Yeah, I don't know what that ding is. I've got about 5 weirdos that incessantly message me on Facebook, which I never answer. I never do. You wouldn't believe the emails I get from people that I never answer. Just weirdo wackos. I mean, I'd like to just say they're lonely people and I wouldn't mind responding. But if you respond, you'll never get rid of them. These are just not people that you'd be interested in. Just like crazies that have nothing else to do. And I don't use Facebook Messenger, and I never reply because they say in the thing, if you reply, they're going to know you replied, or they're going to know that you read it. And that's the last thing that I want. But that ding right there, that was one of those stupid Facebook dings that I never answer. I don't know why I'm getting that alert. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never get rid of them, man. I swear to God. Yeah, I just can't get rid of them. No, I know it's not Beth. It's not Beth. But I'm telling you, I don't really care. I swear to God, I don't care. I think you guys know this. It's I don't really care about views and any of that stuff. I'm lucky I don't feel that way because I can see how, a young person that doesn't know shit, you could turn into a total YouTube horror. All of a sudden, your life revolves around subscribers and views and blah, blah, blah. And if you look at my channel compared to the old days, it doesn't get the attention it did before, which I'm fine with. But I can tell you this, and the only reason that we're even talking right now is because of early, innocent, curious interviews that I had with prostitutes. I was trying to explain that to a lady in the barbecue place today. And that's what happened. I mean, I really enjoy doing it. I'm glad that it happened that way. But I'd hide those views if I could. I could care less about viral videos, but that's the kind of crap that drives YouTube. You know, I mean, I shouldn't say crap. It was interesting, but they changed the whole rules, which is why it kind of changed. And I will do that again, uh, just in a different kind of way. When I do it down the road now, you're not going to know who they are, where they are. You're not going to be able to stalk them, harass them, and I'm just going to give them a stipend, hit the fucking road. It's not going to be van loads of clothes, and if it is, it's going to be something that I'm going to pay for. Give them to them. See, in the old days when people, it just started out instantly. People want to send things, and then I'd take them with me, and I'd hand them out, and it seemed really good at the time. But looking back, it's like anything. You know, it got to where it was just a nightmare doing that. I couldn't find them. I'd be dragging this shit around for long, that kind of thing. So now, when I do it down the road, I will give similar items to them that other people donated and not video it. The only reason I videoed it before is because I wanted to be able to count to what people sent me and who I gave it to. Or other than that, I wouldn't have done it. If you recall from my older interviews, I always separated the interview from the thank you video because I didn't want somebody sending some clothes and all of a sudden I'm trying to monetize a video off handing things that they sent me. I was always very clear about making those separate. But I'll get back to interviewing homeless and prostitutes and stuff like that. I mean, it really interested me. Yeah, I think I don't have any filter. Yeah, I think I don't. Yeah, Facebook sucks. Yep. And YouTube too. They're a weird company too. I think they're first cousins. I don't think they're gonna. I I, I don't. Here's exactly how I feel. Maddie and Gerald is. Somebody came on tonight. If you scroll back to the beginning of the chat, Maddie Gerald. That wasn't Maddie and Gerald. It was some fucking weirdo using their photo, that kind of thing, and it starts some trouble. So I go down there. I see prostitutes. I used to go down there and, it started out doing photography. And I'd see prostitutes feeding birds and stray animals. And they seemed really cool. I would be waiting in line at that BP gas station down there and I'd listen to them talk and I'd see how kind they were to animals. And I thought, one of these days I'm going to ask them if they'd be interested in an interview. And that's how the whole damn thing started. Not with Penny, but with like Angel and later on Tassie, that kind of thing. And then it just kind of morphed into YouTube promoting me. And that's how I got those subscribers, that kind of thing. And then I met Maddie. I would see Maddie walking around down there. And I was just innocent. And I didn't know what I was doing. I was just trying to be a nice guy and not to anybody. It doesn't have to be Maddie and Gerald. I'm like that when it comes to people down on their luck. And the one thing that I always thought, even at the beginning when I didn't have any subscribers, I thought that no, if these people are in a position to where they don't know how to start a YouTube channel, I never wanted people to come through me to get their own views and subscribers. Let me tell you this. I knew early on, probably in the first year or two after the first couple videos went viral, I knew that I would tell friends of mine this, not YouTube people, but I said this Maddie and Gerald is a gold mine if you really wanted to exploit them and use them. I said, but I'm not going to do that. I told Maddie and Gerald from day one, you need to start your own channel. I don't want you to come through me for people to see what you want to talk about. Well, on hindsight, it didn't work out like I wanted it to. I wish the best for both of them. I like Maddie and Gerald both. I don't tolerate nasty comments about them. I delete everything that is negative. The only thing that I did was I did delete the links to their channel because over time, and I hate saying this, and I love Maddie, I do. Maddie turned into a full-blown scammer. I mean, she turned into a Sharon kind of scammer rather than just someone hustling for drugs. And anybody that's critical of that, I didn't know anything about heroin addiction when I did those interviews. You need to become educated about heroin addiction and what it does to your brain, and then throw in prostituting yourself and losing your children, and try and get an understanding of why they're there and why they can't get out. And once you do, you're going to get a very different attitude about Maddie and Gerald. When I was 25 years old, I would have thought that all the girls I interviewed were just a bunch of dumb whores that decided to do that their own volition, and they deserve what they got. Well, I matured, I got older, I saw how the world really worked, which makes me circle back to hoping that when Maddie and Gerald got a social life unrelated to her being a prostitute, maybe, and I knew it was a slim chance, even though I hadn't experienced it, maybe this could parlay them into something better. Well, it didn't. You guys probably know it was 6 months, 9 months ago, the producer, Dr. Phil, called me. Nice lady. She's actually from Michigan. And they wanted to fly me and Maddie and Gerald out to Dr. Phil's studio. And, I talked to her and I listened to it. And about halfway through the conversation, I thought, nah, I don't think so. Because she already told me they quit sending people to rehab. Not that I think that would work anyway during this time frame. But I thought, nah, I'm not doing this. I mean, what's the sense of going out there when there's no rehab, even if you know it's not going to work? For what? For me to come on there as this older guy that secretly wants to bang Maddie, and Dr. Phil thinks it's weird, and fuck that, man. I'm not going to go into that clown show. But I didn't think it was up to me to answer on their behalf. So I called Gerald and I said, hey, look, this producer, Dr. Phil, called me, and I gave him the number. I don't know if he talked to her or not. I did talk to Gerald a couple times after that. I think he was probably high when we spoke. And I really didn't, I didn't really know any more at the end of the conversation than I knew at the beginning, but I did my due diligence. I didn't want to go myself. If I thought it would have helped them, I probably would have done it. But I realized halfway through the conversation, she divulged too much information, and I didn't want to be part of a clown show. And also when that girl threw her baby in a trash can, I know this is all fucked up and terrible, but until you walk in their shoes, you don't know what a shitty life that is. When it's got young mothers throwing babies into trash cans, that ought to give you a clue. And they wanted me to come down and do an interview on that. A national TV station. Was it CNN or one of those other fuckers? ABC? Because what they'll do, here's how this works. You're running short. I didn't know this at the time. I knew there was something like this, but I didn't know. You're in this day and age, you're constantly looking for content. You can only find so many fuck ups. They're not coming to you. So if you're a producer, Dr. Phil, or you're on ABC or CNN, you are constantly looking for the next best story. And when some lady takes her newborn baby and throws it in a trash can, that's pretty good news as far as drawing attention. It's kind of like the crazies, the stalkers on YouTube. So once this lady got charged with throwing her baby in the trash can, these news stations started contacting me. The first thing I did was hide the video because those fuckers were putting links to the video. I didn't care about the views, but they couldn't access the video anymore on YouTube. And then they contacted me and offered to pay me to come down to Detroit to do an interview because I had had a couple interviews about Jennifer, and I thought, nah, that ain't happening. I'm not doing that. I mean, this is like a bad thing. I mean, I got a lot of fucked up parts of my personality, but not when it comes to stuff like that. And Maddie and Gerald, I never wanted to profit from them. I really didn't. And as far as I know, I'm the only guy that I ever knew paid him for anything. I paid everybody at the very beginning when I knew I wasn't going to make a dime. And I didn't want to do the TV interviews on Jennifer, and I didn't want to do the Dr. Phil thing with Maddie and Gerald. No way. Yeah, it's just, I'm not doing that. I'm not as hot-headed as I used to be, but I'm not doing any fucked up shit like that. No way. And you know what? I'd still help out any of those people if they needed it. I would. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do if you look at Dr. Phil, now I knew about this for a long time ago. I don't know if you know how he got famous, but Oprah ran her mouth one time about meat prices in Texas and the market dropped and the Texas Cattle Association sued her. And Dr. Phil had lost his license as a psychologist for fucking some of his patients while they were in treatment. Look it up. And because of that, I'm assuming there were sanctions. And he took his education and he turned into a jury consultant guy. So when you had a jury, you go and you do backgrounds and everybody that was going to be a potential juror in a big case. And he was the consultant on the jury they were picking for the civil lawsuit against Oprah. So that's how the Oprah Dr. Phil thing started. But he seems like a big douchebag to me. And if there was any ambivalence about the way I go with that, I think what really sold me on what an asshole that guy is if you look it up on YouTube, the way he treated Shelley Duvall, the lady that was in The Shining opposite Jack Nicholson. And I watched that and I thought, what a fucking cock, man. This guy is an asshole. And then you couple that with breaching, professional ethics with fucking your patients. You couldn't have paid me. I swear to God, if Dr. Phil's producer would have called me and offered me $5 million to come on there with Gerald and Maddie, I wouldn't have done it. I would not have done it. Yeah, everybody wonders how Marguerite. That's a good question. Nobody knows. Before I left Detroit and I made that one last trip down there to get rid of all that shit that I'd been dragging around for a month or a year, I even contacted her daughter, Lindsay, who I've been in touch with for a while, and nobody knew where she was at. Maddie and Gerald didn't know. The story I got, and believe me, this could be all bullshit, was that she moved in with some homeless guy closer towards downtown. And, once they started building that Gordie Howe Bridge, that whole area went to shit anyway. So it wasn't like things were going to go back to normal and Marguerite would return. So she went to another similar place, but I didn't know of anybody, including her relatives or daughters, that knew where she was, and I still don't. So to tell you the truth, I don't know. The fact that she's would be amongst the living is a big enough miracle. Wasn't that a shit show, that Shelley Duvall? I thought, what a huge asshole for doing that. Yeah. Yeah, what a shitty thing to do to her. He got in trouble too over that Britney Spears stuff. I'm assuming that he got his license back as a psychologist. Uh, because there was some kind of sanction or reprimand he got over that. And I don't know who would have had that autonomy other than someone connected to a mental health uh, organization. Hey, Blue, how you doing? Yeah, I saw that, Drifter. Yeah, ICP. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you the connection in that. I don't know if you know that or not, but Marguerite was that whole family, and not for all the best reasons in the world, were relatively famous from River Rouge, and ICP is from River Rouge. You're not from Delray, and I got an idea they probably knew of Marguerite and her family. I'm guessing, but it would make sense that they did. Insane Clown Posse. I like ICP, to tell you the truth. Looked up other videos, Rita. You're always in there fucking around looking up music videos. Look up Insane Clown Posse. They're from where Marguerite's at, and she was a cameo in one of their videos. Oh, good, Blue. Yeah, one of the big things they do is Yeah, they have a concert and they spray Fago on everybody in the crowd. They sued the FBI because what the federal government did to them is and this and I mean you know you're always like reluctant to agree with the nut job. I like ICP, but when anybody sues the federal government, they're usually fucking crazy. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't valid reasons to sue them sometimes, but most of the time it's a Charles Manson crazy son of a bitch, a David Berkowitz, some fucking fruitcake that fucking was instrumental in blowing up the fucking World Trade Center. You know, these crazy son of a bitches, right? And you're always thinking, yeah, sue them, right? But what the federal government did, spearheaded by the FBI, was they were able to get ICP and the juggalos, the people that follow them, kind of like the Grateful Dead groupies, they were able to get them categorized as a gang. And once you get categorized as a gang by the federal government, you're fucked. I mean, they can fuck with you everywhere you go. Anything that happens there it was instituted by a hierarchy of a gang. And that's what they did to ICP, which I thought was a joke. And ICP sued them. And it costs an absolute mint to sue the federal government. They will tie you up in the court till the day you die. And the last thing that I knew of, it was still going. I don't know what the status is now, but all as I know is what I've read in the media. And I think the FBI fucked up there, just like they did in Ruby Ridge. There's some successful lawsuits against the federal government, and thank God for good reason. And I think the ICP guys, if they can afford it, will prevail because this notion that these guys were associated with a gang is hilarious. Miracles is a good song. Did you know about Miracles before Rita, or did you just look it up right now? And you guys know this too. I mean, my job isn't. I mean, I know a lot about people. I try to portray people in a favorable light. You know, my job isn't to go around. And to be honest with you, I used to do that with restaurants. I go into a restaurant, I come on, it's like these fries suck. I'm surprised I'm not dead. These fucking shrimp cracked two of my crowns. This plate, how did they ever stay in business? I don't do that anymore because it's subjective, it's biased. If it's really, I've went with the whole adage: if you don't have something nice to say, that's what I do. And I'm not saying it's the best thing to do. I just, you know, a restaurant can have a bad day. I happen to stop in there that day, and now I'm writing some fucking review that's going to be around till the day the goddamn place goes out of business just because I had a bad day. I just don't want to do that kind of fucked up shit. But here's my point. You know, I know stuff about people out there that I interview. And when I'm out there, I'm there to say, hey, how'd you get here? What are your interests? Would you like to get out? Do you need something? Blah, blah, blah. I can just tell you this. I think that if you were a child of Marguerite's, you would have a very different opinion about her than you do as a casual onlooker listening to one of the interviews that I did. This is this is very consistent. Look at these crazy nutty women that wait in line to marry the Menendez brothers, Charles Manson, when the families are struggling with the loss of a loved one because these fucking kooks chop their head off. So it all depends on your relationship with these people and how you became introduced to them. I know one daughter of Marguerite that if she told me if she ever saw her, she's going to take a fucking Louisville slugger to her forehead and pound it until she runs out of energy. But if you come on and you watch one of my interviews and you see Marguerite and you know the condition she's in, she's a big time. Marguerite smokes more crack than anybody. And you're going to see nothing but an old lady living a hard life that likes to read. And you're going to want to send her $10. So this is how life is. It all depends on how you were introduced to him. If your husband was a two-time philanderer and cocksucker that fucked 5-year girlfriends when you were married to him, you're going to think much differently of him than when he pulled two twin babies out of a burning car wreck and got the key to the city. So, this is the caveat to all these things. You know? Yeah, where you're coming from, B. That's exactly right. Yeah, it's true. Yep. And even, I mean, you can see the metamorphosis in me from early on. At first, I did have an interest in the women, but I thought, well, this is going to just be, we're going to get, and you could get away with it with YouTube at the time. I didn't have any problem with that. If you go back and you look at my early videos, the first interview or close to the first interview I had Marguerite, it was like, I'm almost embarrassed to like look back at that. But I think I matured and I realized as I got closer to these people, it almost seemed like, yeah, it is brute honesty, but it's also kind of like not making them look in a particularly good light. And I was asking Marguerite what blowjobs cost, how much was intercourse around the world, all this crazy shit. And I'd changed not too long after that because I went from like getting a street version of the real truth to taming it down a little bit because I didn't want people to look bad. Yeah, I thought they were interesting too. I really like doing it. I had a good time doing it. And let me tell you, when I first started doing those, I mean, Detroit was at the absolute rock bottom. Later on, people started recognizing me and threatening me and fucking with me and running into me in my van while I was down there and threatening to kill me and all this shit. But back in the day when you saw the original videos, I was super depressed, having a difficult time, and I didn't give a fuck back then. And to be honest with you, nobody was down there. The police had had their money taken away, their benefits cut. So even if I got caught, in an abandoned building or interviewing prostitutes out in front of a business, nobody gave a fuck. And it was like the Wild West. Nobody knew me. They didn't know what I was doing. And before you know it, these goddamn videos, just like Milli Vanilli, take off, and a couple of them get viral, and it wrecked the whole fucking thing. Rather than me just going down there as nobody, uh, it went into people. I don't know what motivates people to do what they do. Yeah, it's weird. It's super strange. But it's like anything, that place ran its course, me included. I was so out of it then mentally at the beginning of it. Uh, I didn't care what happened when I was down there, to be honest with you. It wasn't like having a bunch of balls or it wasn't like that then at the beginning. It was vacant, man. I would drive around those streets. Like if you look at that Penny interview, and even when I was talking to Angel, that was like nobody was there. It's nothing like it is now. And then it ran its course. I did it. Then I started getting fucked with, too popular, too recognized. Started getting depressed again. The area changed. People were dying. Raven, Sweet Pea, Monica, and it just. If you said to me, well, consciously, did that take a toll? I would say no. I don't think it did. I knew what I was in for down there, and I couldn't do anything about these people getting killed. I mean, I didn't feel bad. I didn't lose any sleep over it, but what the hell was I going to do about it? But I look back at it now that I've been out of it for about a year and a half or so. Maybe it did take its toll. It's a shitty feeling, man. I only think it did because I catch myself thinking about these things sometimes, and I just try and block it out of my mind. So why would I be blocking it out of my mind if it didn't bother me? Particularly with Raven. I can remember talking to Raven's mother and her sisters, and I remember going to bed at night thinking to myself, I can't believe I'm a part of this fucking bullshit. I'm talking to these fucking people, and like I know prostitutes that are on heroin and they're getting run over by cars. What has my life come to? I can tell you this that Marguerite was a super pretty woman when she was younger. I've heard that from plenty of people. You can still see she has the like physical attributes: thick hair, good body, terrible diet. And Marguerite's not dumb. Yeah, B, I don't think counseling works that way, really. I mean, my own innocent way, novice way. I mean, I actually thought that I was going to maybe help some of those people down there, and it's turned out I didn't. And I've talked to physicians and drug counselors since, and almost everybody I know got out of it for the same reasons that I don't do it anymore. You just get burnt the fuck out. I had one success story, and I don't even have that anymore. In the last month, I've come to the conclusion, and this could be erroneous and false, that, life is like a deck of genetic cards. You can be a pro athlete, an arsonist, a pedophile, a pianist, a kleptomaniac. You never know how the genes are going to line up. And there are going to be little things that alter that: parenting, income, culture, etiquette, where you grew up, who you ran into, life experiences. But by and large, you've got a group of cells that are going to determine how the way you're going to turn out, which is why you see so many examples like Jim Morrison's dad being a colonel in the military. Then you got that fucking kook as a son. I'm beginning to think, the older that I get, that particularly with drug addiction, these people have a brain that's attracted to addiction, like Becky. And you're not going to be interested in the things that we wanted in life. Therefore, there's no giant carrot or pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. You're not the happiest person in the world, but you're content being an addict, which is why so many of the people spin their wheels. They never get better. If you look at the people that I interviewed, I mean, a third of them are dead, and the rest of them are still drug addicts. There are a couple here and there that have done okay, but who wants to involve themselves in those kind of low odds? Now, the other side of the coin that's unfortunate is people like Simca, who's a bright, intelligent lady that has an addict for a child. And I don't see how you can help as a parent think that, geez, if I'd have done this, if I'd have done that. I had people contact me through YouTube, and I give them my 2 cents, amateur opinion. And I tell them, do not get down on yourself, man. This is not your fault. I know that's your child, but I did a lot of this for a long time. And I can give you the numbers, and the numbers are not positive. And I can give you plenty of examples where the children came from good people just like you, and their children overdosed. They never got better. They constantly went back to rehab, and eventually life didn't work out for them. I don't think you can convince a parent not to care. I can just tell you this. In my experience, once those genes manifest themselves, and we'll probably never know why, whether it's a pedophile or somebody that's just gifted with writing or music, when you're on the bad side of that coin, man, I don't think there's a whole lot you're going to do about it. Yeah, I just think it's behavior in every aspect. I mean, you could be the guy that, first guy landed on the moon, or you can be the biggest pedophile that ever lived. And it isn't because of the way you were raised or the two people that brought you into this world with 50-50 DNA. I'm really believing this. There's no other rational explanation for drug addiction and alcohol addiction other than that. It's fucked up genes. It's brain chemistry. I hate to say that, Jim, but I mean, that's what I think. Now, as you guys know, I mean, there's tons of money in rehab. Fuck yeah, there is. There's a lot of money out there and a lot of good, bright people that have had children that have been a fucking nightmare. And, it's kind of a black spot on their CV with regard to child rearing. Like, everybody's looking at them like, well, you should have done this, you should have done that. There should have been intervention sooner. You shouldn't have disciplined them. You should have fucking swatted them. I mean, and it all means nothing. Let me tell you this. I knew a couple Jewish people down in Florida. She was a neurosurgeon and he was an attorney. And these were two smart Jews. They both got full ride scholarships. One went to Brown, one went to Princeton, and the other one went to law school in Harvard, and the other one went to fucking Stanford. That kind of shit. Just smart Jews, all A students the whole time. And they couldn't have children. They tried in vitro, never worked. And they adopted two children through some Jewish outfit someplace. And both these kids turned out to be fucking nightmares from early on. I mean, they were getting in they were from different families. They were getting in trouble, I mean, big time. Like getting caught blowing fucking 60-year-old men in a parking lot when they were 12. Fucking selling heroin when they were 13 in nice, affluent neighborhoods. And I can tell you that these two kids, they're in their 30s now. They ruined their parents' lives. Now, the parents had big bucks and high hopes, but they thought that they were going to just, liberals, not that there's anything wrong with that. They were going to educate these kids, expose them to culture and the fine arts, and it just did not work, and in a big way. I remember the dad telling me, and this was 25 years ago, by the time the daughter was 20, they'd already cost her about $500,000 because they didn't want her going to like a cheap rehab. They wanted her to go to an expensive rehab because they were going for the grand slam on this. It's like, everything or nothing. And these kids drove these parents crazy. And that goes back to, you couldn't say genes. I mean, you could say genes, but you couldn't say upbringing because both these kids were adopted as babies. So you can't argue upbringing. And they were both absolute fucking criminal lunatics. Yeah, I mean, they were nice people, man, and their lives were wrecked over these brats. Yeah, I'd like to tell you I stay away from all substance as I sip my Johnny Walker Double Black. It's crazy, man. I know it sounds nuts, but I mean, I never really wanted kids. I never really wanted kids, but I can remember thinking at a young age, even if you were like the dumbest bastard in the world, my parents were nuts. Their parents were nuts. And I remember thinking, man, at a young age, I'd read about genes and I thought, I'm not rolling the dice like this. Now, you could say that's a cop out. Why don't you just admit you didn't want kids? Yeah, maybe there's a part of that is truthful. I just know that I didn't want them, and you can pigeonhole it wherever you want. I wasn't naive enough to think that, my kid was going to be a neurosurgeon or a fucking astronaut. He'd probably be out peeping in windows and fucking shoplifting by the time he was out of high school. No, that's what I mean, sir. Okay, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hate to say that, Rita. I mean, I really do, man. But, and here's another thing, Rita, too. Nobody's ever going to come up to me. You don't get credit for anything that you didn't do in life. Maybe you'll do it when I meet you down there in Florida someday. You'll come up and give me a big hug and say, Tom, I want to thank you for not bringing children into this world. You are a fucking kook, and you did the right thing. I would like get tears in my eyes because you would be 100% right. But nobody's ever going to do that. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. And for all we knew, Rita, if we'd have had kids, we're about the same age. They could be at Carnegie Hall right now in their first piano recital on the first album they published. You never know. It's a slot machine of genes. No, you're right, Simple Life. But Simple Life, here's The caveat to that is it can skip around, but yeah, I know what you mean. But I can tell you this. I can tell you this, you guys. I can give you some horror stories of adoption, which just blows environment out of the fucking water. You got bad genes. I don't give a fuck what kind of situation you bring them into. You know, they're trying to teach this little fucker how to play pianos, and he's trying to figure out where he's going to steal his next car. And it had nothing to do with the $800,000 house that he was living in and the private school he'd been going to up until he bought his first fucking Uzi. I've just seen too many examples of this. Yeah, Raven was sweet. The only thing that keeps me from going kooky on Raven, honest to God, was that I knew Raven was never getting out of there. No way. That poor goddamn girl had been getting fucked by her stepdad and then went to foster parents and they were fucking her too. Crazy fucking relatives. Topless bars, got her teeth knocked out in a car accident, into prostitution. And once she got on that fucking heroin and crack, she was fucked. I can say it now because she's dead, but I was told she was HIV positive and didn't want to take the medication. She didn't look HIV positive, but you never know what stage it's in. But I'm never going to say that somebody's better off dead. I'm not qualified to make that assessment. But boy, I'll tell you, I want to say it. Her life was absolute fucking shit. And as you guys probably know, man, I mean, when young, I suppose it's young boys, but I read a lot about young girls. When you get molested when you're young, that fucks you up, man. It wrecks their lives. You'd be kinder to just pull a gun out and put one right between their fucking eyes. Really, it'd be more humane. The amount of damage that happens, and when you consider a foster care family bringing a young girl in and seducing her, this is crazy. I mean, this is like the worst crime of the century. This is worse than like anything. And the worst thing is that they live. No, what happened with Becky, I do talk to Gary occasionally. Becky got evicted here a couple months ago. Not that it has anything to do with it, but when Gary was down there trying to help her out, you know, the guy that lives in Ann Arbor, he got attacked by a dog, was in the hospital for 3 weeks. Gary's a good guy. I don't know what Becky's doing. You know, it's funny. I say I'm not in Facebook, but I went and looked at her Facebook because I do not want to see an updated fucking picture of Becky working Michigan Avenue. And so far, I haven't seen one. But see, this is the conundrum that you get caught in. I am in a weird, thinly veiled way connected to the people that I met. Becky's not going to change. But yet I still like care for her. And it's going to be a sad ending either way. Until the day she dies, it's going to be nothing but disappointment for me. Because I'm stupid enough and naive enough and hopeful enough to wish that even though I know she doesn't want to change, I fucked up thinking that it's a possibility and it's not. I mean, this is right up there with walking in and catching your best man banging your wife. It's one of these things that happen that you wish that didn't, and there's no sense to it. Hey, Chelsea, how you doing? Yeah, same with Maddie. And I don't think everybody knows the whole story to Maddie. I really don't. I'll bet you money there's some more to that story with molestation or some fucking weird shit with a school teacher or something. No, Maddie is fucking turned into a full-time scammer. But that's what drug addiction does to you. You know, these motherfuckers that come on these channels and like talk about the way she looks and stuff like that. I guess it's not fair because if you were my age and you experience like I did, you'd think like I did, but you don't. You think it's these people that any moderators on there that see these stupid ass fucking comments about it's a choice. I want you to delete them because it isn't a choice. A choice is easy. What they're into is hard. Hey, JP. Yeah, I'm hoping, but man, I wouldn't bet on it. Any day, you're going to be getting bad news about Maddie. Oh, what'd they get a strike for, Rita? What'd they do? But here's exactly what happened. This is let me give you the other side of the story. For everybody who thinks that you're just inept out there to try to help somebody, let me tell you how this works. Let's take for an example. There's Lisa who lives in Toledo that's been very kind to Maddie and Cheryl. Let's take for an example. I want to take $25,000 out of my bank account and I want to go to Detroit this week, and I'm going to get Maddie and Cheryl an apartment and I'm going to invest in them because my naive, ignorant way of thinking thinks that I'm actually going to get them out of that situation. This is what would happen. In 3 months, I'd be dead, and so would they. That's how it would work out. Nothing on Marguerite. Copyright songs don't matter as long as you don't monetize them. I think if you want my opinion, which doesn't mean shit and I could be wrong, if you took everything I know and everything I think and everything that I watch, I think Maddie will be dead any day. Becky is a drug addict that didn't like the housewife life, felt guilty for the way she treated her children, decided one day while the clothes were in the dryer, I'd rather get high. Here's another part of this. I'm glad you brought that up because if you talk to heroin addicts and prostitutes, there's a certain point where you break on being a prostitute. You know, the women that are still worrying about one night stands they had 30 years ago, that pales in comparison to a woman that decides to be a full time prostitute. I'm just throwing this number out there, but after about your 50th blowjob for money, it's like washing your hands. It no longer has the connotation of a typical sexual act. Same with intercourse. There's a part of them that changes one day and it turns into a source of income only. That kind of thing. And once that happens and once that heroin kicks in, you'll talk to plenty of people that were heroin addicts. And even if you move them into a $10 million mansion and they drove a brand new Bentley and lived a rich lifestyle and had everything they wanted, nothing is going to release the dopamine like that high they had on drugs. Thank you, Chelsea. I mean, I like Gerald, to be honest with you. Gerald didn't have exactly the most ideal childhood in his life either. Oh, congratulations, Chelsea. Yeah. Chelsea, you've climbed an absolute major mountain. Congratulations to you. I think if I would have ever been a heroin addict, I'd have been dead. To be able to come out of that lifestyle alive and doing well and be clean for as long as 4 years, I rank you right up there with Jesus. It is grouper, but that's because of the stunted development and child abuse. I mean, it isn't because Gerald wanted to be 13. It was his environment and his life situation. Yeah, I agree with you. Anybody that comes on a drug addiction, particularly heroin and prostitution, and for a long period of time and actually lives a life that you would perceive as better, hats off to you for me. Yeah, I don't think I could do it. Because I'm telling you, like I said before, even a great lifestyle and a loving husband and beautiful children and a nice house, it does not feel as good as that high you got from that dope. Nothing ever feels that good. It's fucked up, man. Which is what keeps people there. Oh, yeah, man. Good for you, Chelsea, man. I rank you right up there with Jesus. Right, Christine? Yeah, I was told by some people that knew Gerald as a teenager that he was molested, Rita, but it wasn't like with like great sources. You know what I mean? On the other hand, why would somebody make that up? I mean, I've had these fucked up thoughts too. You know, I really liked Raven. I really did. I think if you guys watch those interviews, Raven dropped the persona of working addicted prostitute when she talked with me, gave me hugs and stuff. I really had an attraction to Raven, not a sexual attraction, but a girl that I wanted to get the hell out of there. And if you could have said to me, I swear I would have done this. If you could have flipped a switch and Raven would have needed a kidney or a liver or whatever, if mine wasn't too old, I would have given it to her. If I would have known that would have like got her out of that and like that would have been a good feeling. It qualifies as sober, Chelsea, because you've taken out the middleman. You're going through a pharmacist now instead of a fucking drug dealer. It's not the same. It's no different than being on antidepressants that you can get anywhere. And you know what you're getting. And there's no fentanyl in it. Right, Gruber. It's nonsense. You know, this fentanyl stuff, here's another thing, too. You guys know this if you've been following this drug game around for a while and you know about it. You know, you're thinking to me, here's first my experience with the fentanyl bullshit. So when that stuff started getting prevalent in Detroit, I don't know fucking jack shit. I've never even smoked marijuana. I mean, I didn't know jack shit. I knew heroin was bad for you. That was about it, right? I didn't know how you did it, anything. I knew they injected it, that kind of thing. But back when that fentanyl bullshit got started getting popular and people started dying from it, this is no shit. I knew prostitutes that didn't want to do interviews, that lived with some of the girls that died from fentanyl. And here's the craziness of it all. And this is drug addiction in the clearest way I can present it. And that is that their roommate would die from a fentanyl overdose. And the next day, they would be trying to figure out what dealer they got the fentanyl from because they wanted to chase that high. And they thought that if they just took a little less, they'd have a good high and they'd still be alive. Now, my opinion on that with the fentanyl, if you take somebody that has a good life and they're happy and they're doing it, you go to someone with a PhD from Stanford neuroscience and ask them if they're willing to take some fentanyl, they're going to say, fuck no. Why? Because they got it fucking made. They have a lot of accolades from being successful financially. They're in a professional job, perhaps in a good relationship. You're not going to fuck with these goddamn things. But when you've got HIV and fucking hepatitis C and herpes all over your fucking face and God knows what else, fentanyl is worth rolling the dice when you don't care if you're going to live or die. This isn't like normal people spinning a roulette wheel on fentanyl. This isn't like me taking a successful, happy, good person. They're not going to roll that fucking roulette wheel like that because they got a good life. They get their dopamine through traditional, typical ways unrelated to substance abuse. When your life's gone to fucking shit, you've lost your kids, you got every goddamn sexually transmitted disease, or is your liver shot, and you got HIV, who gives a fuck about getting fentanyl? Oh, that is terrible, Christine. It's the same thing with people that drink too much. You know, suicide ideation. I'm a guy like that. I mean, I'm depressed enough, but I never had enough balls enough to really finish myself off. That mechanism I can't quite figure out, to tell you the truth. The difference between those that do and those that don't. But I think suicide ideation includes people willingly injecting heroin when there's a likelihood it could be cheap, counterfeit Chinese fentanyl. And if they get a great high, that's good. And if they don't wake up, well, nobody really knows what that's going to be like. Right, Simke, yeah. It's fucking nuts. It's crazy. You know, once in a while, if you look back in the old interviews, like I would say to people, I want you guys to get me some heroin. And here they are, full blown heroin addicts with every, you know, physical characteristic of bad things you could have. And they'd say, I'm not getting any fucking heroin, no way. It's like, come on, man. So what? I brought you 2 cans of chili and a sweater and some fucking toothpaste. Get me some fucking heroin. And nobody would ever do it. Even the biggest bitch of them all, Kelly. Oh, wow, Chelsea. No shit, Kelsey. Wow. Yeah, I didn't see what that said. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's crazy, Christine. Hey, waiting. How you doing? Yeah, evil. It's true. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm an Atlanta grouper. Yep. Not really. 90 miles east, Crawfordville. You know what's funny is I lived down here before, not here, farther north, about 100 miles. I absolutely hated it. But it was a condition on getting married, and I went along with it. Yeah, I'm in Crawfordville. Anybody out there that's on here that, if you're into rock collecting, this is absolutely paradise. I'm not into rock collecting, but I think you'd like it. No, don't do it, Christine. Don't tell. But here's the $50,000 question. It all comes down to mental behavior, seeking out a better feeling. That's what drugs do, and that's what alcohol does. That's the main issue. Yeah, but the fentanyl found in emergency rooms is not the fentanyl that people are overdosing from. Yeah, it's that China shit. Yeah, I've been like that. Yeah, I'm the same way. Suicide ideation. It's fucking weird, isn't it? There's definitely a clear, like, well, I shouldn't say it's, well, it is clear because either you're alive or you're dead. But I can't quite figure out the mechanism between the people that do and the people that don't. Oh, that sucks, Christine. Let me tell you, I get emails from people all the time thinking about suicide. I mean, you guys know I've had my problems. I mean, I've been in the fucking rubber room myself, run off this road by sheriff's cars, and I've reached the pinnacle of craziness. No, I don't think I would. I don't like the smell of it. I tried the gummies. I was hoping it'd work, but it didn't. I'm hoping that before I die, I can, like, fucking be, happier without fucking getting high. No, I'd do that microdosing. I'd do that if I could. If I was hooked up with that, I'd do that. I think I'd try that. I'm running out of fucking time. Yeah, I'll do that microdosing. Yeah, fuck yeah, I would. Even when I drink, like, I'm lucky there. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. I'll drink and have a few beers, a few shots, and that's it. I don't. Luckily, my parents were alcoholics. I don't keep drinking, thank God. I mean, I probably do drink too much sometimes, but not like. I mean, I could take it or leave it. To be honest with you, it's, well, why don't you leave it then? Well, because I'd rather take it. That's why, but not by like a monumental amount. It could be. Oh, you're definitely qualified for sure. Definitely. Whenever you see someone log on with a fucked up name, you know, weird shit, just dust them. You know how to do it. And if you got free time and you go through the comments that are left on videos, anything negative about Maddie and Gerald or any of that shit, get rid of them too. I don't micromanage uh, moderators. They can do whatever the fuck they feel like. No, that fucking suicidal number is a fucking joke. If you're 17 years old and you just got dumped by your goddamn girlfriend or boyfriend and you're fucking want attention and you're telling people you're going to kill themselves, those suicide lines may work. But if you're a mature, long term, chronic, legitimate depressed person, you're going to be super fucking frustrated calling a suicide line. You might as well be fucking pulling hooked on phonics. It'll distract you better. Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. You know, like the moderators, man, the moderators do a great job. I mean, I'm happy for them. I thank everybody that is one. On the same token, I mean, I don't think it's any great honor to like be here and like you're the hierarchy of fucking chats. None of that shit. I would hope to not block or ban anybody. Really, man. I don't want to be a fucking jerk. And it isn't just because I don't agree with somebody, but this isn't that big a fucking deal. It's just you try to keep a lot of there that are going to be disruptive or vulgar or ruin a conversation. Or some people have just been blocked because they're fucking weird. Stupid jokes. You know, you get some joker that comes on here and he thinks he's funny. There's nothing worse than that because the nice, kind people on here, you know, are typing in laugh out loud even though they wish they'd get fucking lost. So we get rid of them too. Oh, you did, Christine. It doesn't matter if you were drunk. Drunk is even worse. Now, I think it's Virginia. There are states where you cannot legally consent under the influence of alcohol and not necessarily drunk, which I think is a good law. Oh, big time, man. It's not as bad as it used to be, but if you get a channel, it's these weirdo. I don't know whether they get jealous or what, but if you get like views or you get some attention on YouTube, you'll have every fucking weirdo in the world getting a hold of you. I tell people now I don't want to collaborate. I don't want to do anything. The people I've met on YouTube, I'm glad for. I keep in touch with a bunch of them. It's basically my all my friends. But as far as new ones coming in and stuff, it ain't happening. Yeah, but they're bored and they're evil and they're fucking weird. Oh, good, Christine. Yeah, bored and weird, Melissa. But like, you know, the chat we're having now, I mean, it seems like, yeah, you just fire it up, you log on and we're all having a nice chat. It doesn't work that way. This chat is from tons of people getting blocked and banned in a long time of late night conversations with people of a similar interest. Oh, that's all right, Drifter. That's okay. You've earned it. Yeah, I agree. No, I know it's Simka. I mean, all you guys know that happiness is a moving target. Hey, Patricia. I hope you guys do visit because I'm telling you, man, there's some people here I want to introduce you to, man. They're the nicest people. This couple I know that opened this mechanic place up, he's a builder. I met them today to show them this building that Marty owns. They're just the nicest people ever. Yeah, I think you'd really enjoy it. I'll have your own. You'll have your own bedroom. You can just. This is a different kind of place, man. But I think anybody that it's it's beautiful in a lot of ways. Yeah, but Christine, I don't know if you ever got any therapy for that or like work through it, but I would encourage that. Yeah, I think it'd be fun, Luna. I think it'd be a good time. I'll get you some alfalfa sprouts, Luna, and some pine nuts. Well, we all drink Johnny Walker Double Black. Yeah, you're going to be driving your ass off, Simple Life, if you stay at the closest Hilton. I bet it's Atlanta, 90 miles. Yeah, bunkhouse. Oh, wow, salty girl. Yeah, you're right, Simka. No, you don't need to worry about that, believe me. No, don't worry about that part because it's going to be like totally isolated. Yeah, Mary's sweet. That's a great area too. Yeah. No, and I wouldn't stay. Hilton's too far away. You may find a Hilton in Augusta, but there's no part of the beauty of visiting is like being here. I'm telling you, man, you can't hear anything but insects. It's a good experience for you. I it's shocking to me that there's you could be 90 miles east of Atlanta and not hear anything. Yeah, everybody likes Mary. I know people that know her up there. Yeah, she's like not gossipy, always positive. Mary's a bright, articulate, top-notch A plus person. Yeah, any you talk to anybody anywhere, and nobody has anything negative to say about Mary. Yeah, everybody does. Yep. Yeah, I got lucky, man. Once again, I mean, I bitch about YouTube. It's a mixed bag, but yeah, I mean, you'd be lucky to meet one Mary your whole damn lifetime. Good night, Simple Life. Nighty night. Oh, good waiting. That's good. Good night, Melissa. Good having you. Yeah, I agree, Drifter. Yeah, I agree. Yep. And waiting, it's like people come on here. You see their comments, how they react to things that happen. I mean, that's how everybody's like picked to be a moderator. Actually, it isn't just like willy nilly. No, I haven't been out there, Rita, embarrassed to say, but I'm kind of fucked on that. Goddamn dog pound got their shit taken away from like killing dogs. They were still breathing in garbage bags. I gave some money to the people to feed them. Actually, I'm going out there tomorrow. I just can't go out there all the time, and as fucked up as it is now, I'd tell you the truth. The dogs seem to be doing okay. I mean, it's nuts that they'd be better in a parking lot than in a dog pound, but that's what it is. If I could have got them in the truck, I'd have brought them home. But I don't know. I'm going to go there tomorrow. I'll let you know. There's a place there in that mall. It's like kind of like African American female wigs, all that extensions, all that shit. I don't care. Good for them. And there's an Asian lady that owns it, and she's kind of like a gruff, like "fuck you if you don't like me." But she's one of these people that you know. I had two people tell me she was feeding the dogs, so I went in there. It's like, what the fuck do you want? It's like, well, I heard you're feeding those dogs. Yeah, so fucking what? I'm feeding dogs. Big deal. Dogs need food. Can I help you? It's like, well, I wanted to give you some money to feed these fucking things because you got a fucked up humane society, and I can't get out here all the time. So I think it's okay. It's certainly not an ideal situation. How are the dogs? Good question. I'll know tomorrow. You can. I can't grab the fucking things. They won't come to me. These feral fucking dogs, they're smart. I mean, I'm sure if I was, living around there, I could eventually get them to where I could get them to come to me and take them with me, but I'm just not out there enough. I've tried. Oh, we're here for you, Christine. Hey, Pocahontas. Oh, yeah, it's ladies' school. There's a lot of people like that, actually. I mean, that's how my whole prostitution interview started in Detroit, because of that. Yeah, Stewie, I'm getting along with Stewie okay now, which is like huge, believe it or not. I can watch Stewie, cuddle up to me, and which is a big deal because they can't take him everywhere, and she worries about him. I like watching, taking care of Stewie, to tell you the truth. I mean, Stewie's a mental basket case. You can take Stewie out. He likes sitting in the sun. Give him his favorite food. Pet him. Take him to bed. Pick him up when he wants you to. Put him in bed. Lay him down. You'd be petting him and he'll bite you. Yeah, you can't help but like Stewie, but Stewie's a weird dog, man. It's self abuse, I guess, because Stewie is, reached the upper level, and I think when you're that fucked up, it's like even a super special part in my heart. I've just fed you. I just let you go outside and lay in the sun. I gave you water. I did every fucking thing I could think of to like help you, and you just bit me, and it made me like you even more. Stewie's definitely got the upper hand in this relationship. He does walk into walls. Yeah, Stewie walks into walls all the time. But here's the weird thing. Marty built a step to get up into the bed, and Stewie does. He walks into walls. He'll walk right off the edge of the pool in Hilton Head, and he'd drown if you weren't there watching him. But two times this week, Stewie walked up the stairs to Marty's bed and was sleeping in the bed, and Kelly or Marty both couldn't believe it. It just seems like, getting a gold medal in the Olympics for a dog in this physical condition. No, they're real. They're real bites, but he weighs 4 pounds. Yeah. The way I look at it is that Stewie may be in pain. He's like almost blind. They would have got the surgery for him, but they didn't think he'd make it through it. So I just put up with it. Oh, really, Luna, huh? Yeah, I like taking care of the little fucker, to tell you the truth. Because it's interesting. You know, Suey's not sitting up for any treats or rolling over. You know, if you get bit in the hand after giving Stewie his favorite food, you're doing well. Now, I don't believe in that stuff, Grouper. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but no, I have not. Yeah, Stewie's like that. All right, Christine, I'm gonna delete your phone number because you'll get fucking stalkers watching this later. Fucking. Oh, I guess you can't delete a moderators. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just like religion with me. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, I'm certainly not capable of making that assessment. I can just tell you that I have not. I've had some fucked up dreams lately, you know, but who God knows what that is. Probably fucking taking Trintrelex and drinking Johnny Walker Double Black late at night and sleeping in every day. I think UFOs are just that. Just my opinion, doesn't mean shit. They're unidentified flying objects. Could be a lot of the shit. Let me tell you what happened. I've had a couple UFO fucked up things. Let me give you two examples. One time I was flying, it was shortly after I got my pilot's license, and I used to like to fly at night. And I see this fucking bright light out in the middle of nowhere. And I'm turning and I'm thinking, is this fucking thing following me? I turn to the right, turn to the left, and it's just brighter than a son of a bitch, and it's dark out. So I end up making my way to it, and I found out it was a shopping cart in a Myers Thrifty Acres, like a grocery store's parking lot, where the reflection off one of the parking lot lights just hit it perfect. So, and another time I was in West Branch, and I was out doing photography, and I'm way down on the tracks. I saw this weird looking fucking thing, and if you'd asked me, what do you think that is? I would have described it to you as a dinosaur. The way that it looked from that distance under those lighting conditions, I would describe it as a dinosaur. You know, I've been out in the woods, I've seen everything there is. That's what my brain thought it was. I mean, I knew it wasn't a dinosaur, but that's what it looked like. It just so happened that I walked about 2 miles and caught up to that goddamn thing. You know what it was? It was a fucking porcupine. So just because something is unidentified, your brain just tricks to you. I think identified is fine. I would agree with. But that doesn't mean that it's a couple Martians in there watching Pornhub landing in your backyard. It's just that, unidentified. Yeah, weird. Yeah, it's a good idea, Melissa. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But you can the human mind is infallible. It really is in certain aspects. In the other ways, in certain aspects as well. Let me give you an example. In my life, I've been pretty tight with two prosecutors in big counties. And, you know, I knew them and, you know, we were good friends and they told me the inside scoop. And for all the good things that you hear about video cameras and solving crimes, there's a downside to that as a prosecutor. And what the downside is eyewitnesses. And it's not uncommon. If you talk to any prosecutor anywhere, I don't think it's just because of the people I knew. you're going to find that you're going to get eyewitnesses that are come forward that are going to want to give you information when a detective interviews them. Let's say in a case where there was a murder, people do not remember things accurately. There are all sorts in these two people that I know instances were what the eyewitnesses said they were absolutely impossible. That later on, when you reviewed the surveillance tapes, there's no fucking way they could have been able to see what they said they saw. Absolutely impossible. That, or they did see it, it was much different as they explained it. The human mind is fucking has its flaws. I mean, look at you think you see water on the road in an expressway on a hot day. You can't trust the interpretation your brain makes. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, it really is. No shit. Yeah, I mean, it's nuts, man. Eyewitness accounts, man. You'd think, oh, that's great. We got an eyewitness. I know both these prosecutors, I'm not kidding you, were worried about losing jury trials for murder convictions because of the fucking eyewitnesses. If they'd have just stuck to the surveillance tapes, it'd have been a slam dunk. Whether it's people want to get involved, whether they make shit up, it's crazy. Search for truth. Oh, good, Christine. Good. That's all right. No, you won't. You won't get it too bad. If you get a call about 4 o'clock and it's you hear somebody breathing, that's me. I mean, there's a lot of this bullshit that gets out there. You don't know what to believe. Let me give you another example. High echelon poker players. You know, your whole fucking life you read about poker face and you hear about poker face and they depict it in the movies. And you know, all of a sudden you got a fucking handful of cards and your fucking lip starts twitching, your eye fucking brow starts fucking having an orgasm. And these are all the things that they talk about that experts can pick up on with regard to what kind of cards you have in your hand. So for years you believe this fucking bullshit, poker face, and you're thinking, wow, there's really something to this poker face or shit. You know, there's people that can keep a stoic look at people that can't. Then 25 years ago, the internet starts to proliferate. Later on comes internet gambling and all sorts of poker games played on the internet. And as it turns out, the good poker players that were very successful in person were doing just as fucking good on the internet where they couldn't see anybody's face. Some more bullshit. Yeah, you do, Rita. Bye, Christine. Yeah, you're right, Brenda. You're right about that. Yeah, you do, Rita. You do have a southern accent. I mean, this is news to you? Yeah, lovely reader, man. Yeah, it's super interesting. It sure is. Yep. Hey, John boy. No, it's true, Chris. You know, it's funny you guys are talking about this because I knew a guy that modeled in Chicago that was from Alabama. And when he went to one of those early, like, I don't want to say symposiums, seminars, crash courses on modeling, basically they told him to kill that southern accent. Oh, you love it down here, John Boy. They're all over the place. Yeah, you're right, Simca. It's true. I feel that way sometimes on UK accents. Maddie's a sweetheart. Yeah, it'll be me. Damn right it will be. What did I win? Yeah, well, it matters, Chris. Yeah, I call it Pop. I mean, Maddie's a fucked up, heroin addicted prostitute. You should have uh, sympathy for her, empathy. Yeah, thank you, Grouper. Yeah, I believe it, Grouper. You know what, though, Grouper? The kids are better off without her. Yeah, we call it pop. Same with party stores. Yeah, she has. And now here's food for thought too. What I think about too. I would hope that you guys would just think about this for a second, and even after we log off here tonight, because I think about this sometimes laying in bed. And really, I'm curious what you think about this because this is the way I've digested it, and that is that, Maddie was a cute girl at one time, and and when you see Maddie start to lose her looks, what is the net result of that? How do you digest this? I mean, what's the unfortunate and sad part about it? That she's not going to get laid as much? That she's not going to be able to marry a guy that makes more money? I mean, you would acknowledge that her looks are deteriorating, but what is the net value of that? How do you pigeonhole, when it's all said and done, what's lost? Do you think because she's less attractive, she's going to have less success? I mean, I struggle with this myself. Okay, that's a good answer, Frisky. Yeah, that's certainly the most intelligent answer I've had. I mean, I know that's what you say, Frisky, and I believe it, but it almost seems like it's the vanity angle most people talk about. No, it's not, Simka. Simka, I'll tell you this: you got to come down here and visit. I mean, I'm going to come up there around the holidays. We'll go gamble, but you got to come down here. I want to introduce you to some Christian people that are going to blow your mind. Hey, fuck you, DJI, you faggot. Hey, Rita, get rid of this DJI cocksucker. Hey, get rid of this DJI London fuck. Thank you. No, Simca, I'm telling you, man, it's the real deal, especially the Pentecostals. Yeah, John Boy, I hope you do. I hope you do. 771. Simca, you got the best of both worlds. You're a Jew, but yet you've embraced Christianity. She's not going to get sober, Jim. No shit, Dave. Yeah, it looked like a pretty weak pay-per-view. Thank you. Yeah, it's two of us, John Boy. It's still worth it, Simka. Hey, now don't laugh, you guys. Now, you guys know I'm a big porn addict, right? Not as bad as I used to be. And I'm not saying that not as bad as I used to be is better than I am now. But you know that. But anyway, long story short, there was a famous porn movie actress named Little Oral Annie. And she was really big time in her day. And I looked her up and I found her. And she actually ended up getting a master's degree and composes Baroque music. And I found her in California. She married an older guy. And I see she resigned from her teaching job 3 years ago. And I hope that her porn history, that was 40 years prior to that, didn't fuck up her career. But I say hats off to Little Oral Annie. Only because the, the, the mental anguish she suffered. And I hope that place didn't get rid of her because of that bullshit. Yeah, that's snake handling. I think those people are nuts. Look her up though, Little Oral Annie. Annie Owens. Anny by the way. Hey Penny. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Grouper. Yeah, they're fucking stupid, Luna. Oh, you like that? Yeah, one way or the other. Hey, Jesus knew we were gonna do all this fucked up shit. That's why he died for our sins. They did, Simka. Simka's right. Hey, would you guys mind if I change the subject? Because I'm really curious about your input in a subject. Okay, so here it is. So here's the deal. I'm gonna spell it out from the beginning. So when I was younger, uh, breast augmentation, fake breasts, blah blah blah. So I'm a young guy, and I remember thinking at an early age, uh, I didn't like fake breasts for a couple of reasons. One, uh, I always was disappointed that a female could have succumbed to societal pressures on breast size and would have actually done something that was arguably scientifically risky with regard to her health, all to become more attractive. The second part of that was I just never really liked him. I ran across a couple sets of fake tits at an early age, and I can remember being kind of turned off, and it just struck me as like transgender. I know that's fucked up. I'm just telling you the way that I interpreted it, right? And then as I got older, I read articles about women that had small breasts, and when they went to buy clothes, that the dresses didn't fit right, that it would fit around the hips, but it was meant for like even small breasts, and they couldn't get clothes that fit. Therefore, they ended up getting breast augmentation so they look better in clothes. But from a biblical perspective, if you look at vanity and desecration of the body, it's a big no no. And just the other day, I happened to be talking to a couple on a three-way phone call, by the way, and fake breast came up. Breast augmentation, should say. Fake sounds hillbillyish. And I said that I didn't really care for fake breasts, which I don't. I'd like a big old saggy tit better than a fake one. Not a small saggy tit, but a big saggy tit. And the wife of the guy that I knew, who I would have bet 21 odds would have never had breast augmentation, said, I had surgery done to my breast. And it's like, really? Because they weren't very big. And she said, yeah. And I did it because my breasts were ruined by running. I was a 20-year marathon runner. Now, I'm not so sure that's valid, but whatever the case, that's what she thought. Now, as you guys know, there's a genetic component to breasts. I've met 18-year-old girls that had tits like 70-year-old ladies, and I've met 40-year-old ladies that had tits like 18-year-old girls. It's genetic. There's a genetic component to breasts. But here's the $50,000 question, especially to someone like Simca. Do you think there's anything wrong or questionable with women getting breast work done for any reason if they can afford it? You're right, Grouper. But I never cared for him, and God knows why. I mean, I just never really, I don't know. I can't even articulate why I didn't care for him. But here's the deal: if a lady had, I do know women in my life that I was friends with that had kids, and like I said, there's genetic components to breasts. But I got a little problem, and this could be 100% faulty, with women that I'd never see their breasts nude, getting their breasts reconstructed to look bigger in their clothes to people that they're never going to be intimate with. I just struggle with it. It's none of my fucking business, I know. But in this latest conversation that I had just a few days ago, I was absolutely shocked that this guy's wife had had breast augmentation in any way. Yeah, I shouldn't use the word fake. Yeah, but Simca, as a Christian, you should know, like, if you look at the biblical aspect, and I'm just bringing this up because it's you, I think breast augmentation could be considered right up there with tattoos, and that is desecration to the body. I'm not a Christian, so I don't know if that's valid or not. I'm just saying that from an aesthetic standpoint, I never really cared for fake tits, but that's just my own bias thing. I mean, I don't like green beans. I'm not knocking anybody that has them. But it's interesting to me the psychological mechanism that occurs before a woman pulls the trigger on $5 grand for each tit. Right, Grouper. Yeah, true. Right, Chris. Yeah, Chris is right too. Oh, okay. No, but yeah, I get that, Grandma Bird. But I mean, if you consider gravity and all that kind of stuff, like I said, I'd rather have a big saggy tit than a fake one. That's just my own bias. Now, a small saggy tit, geez, I might rather have a fake one. It's fucked up. It's all the way you perceive these things, and I thought I had this pegged pretty well in my mind until I had this conversation with this couple the other day. And basically, she blamed her saggy breasts on running for 20 years. And she got an augmentation, but on a B cup. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's a personal decision. But I guess I was kind of biased towards the women that decided to get an augmentation, and they always seem to get breasts bigger than they would have been had they been firm, even at a younger age. Yeah, I hate to say this, Luna, but it's interesting to like try to be satisfied on an explanation of why you think what you think. Yeah, I mean, and I guess to each his own. But I mean, there's an A to Z on this. So from a Christian perspective, I don't think biblically, and I'd be glad to debate this with you, that you should ever get your tits worked on under any circumstances. I mean, after all, isn't God the reason your tits the way they are? And isn't desecration of the body, subsequent breast augmentation outside of that realm? That's number one. That's the first thing. And how about vanity? Well, it's funny you bring that up, Grouper, because I was thinking to myself, could a B cup or an A cup actually be a big enough tit and being hillbillies to sag under the auspices of running? It's a good question. Now, here's another one. Here's a big one for you, and I appreciate your honesty. This is the beauty of the internet. Nobody really knows who anybody is. Generally, I mean, I do know some of these people personally, but about a month ago, I had a conversation with a guy. It's a big time right wing Christian. I'm not knocking it. And he said that his daughter didn't have any tits at all. It looked like a Boy Scout. And early on, like in the 10th and 11th grade of high school, she was worried that her breast size would cause her problems. Now, the irony of this is that they were right wing Christians, which I think would have, in the true sense of the word, taken care of this, but it didn't. Bottom line, she was very concerned about having no tits. So the dad sprung for a $10,000 pair of knockers, got him up to about a C cup. They weren't double D porno movie star quality. And at least the way it's explained to me is the daughter eventually found a guy. He found these tits fantastic. They got married. It's been life happily ever after. But from a Christian perspective, even though I'm not a Christian, I question that from a desecration of the body angle. But on the same token, as a non Christian, I think to myself, whatever happened to just loving people the way they are? And from a Christian perspective, these were the tits that God gave her. So, from a philosophical argument, I think Satan gets an A plus. Yeah, it's, you try and find the altruistic best answer. Everybody strives for being the best person you can be, not be a liar, two faced, true. But in this day and age, in the right hand, you've got your Christianity, and in the left hand, for the people that don't, you're trying to be a good person. And it's a real juggling act. An 11-inch cock, you better believe I would. Well, it depends. It's funny you should bring that. I can always count on ICU for some stimulating interjection in a live chat. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, ICU. An 11-inch cock augmentation, if you and I were sitting drinking Johnny Walker Double Black, I'd say, yeah, but I'd be just fucking around. But that comes back to the point, does size matter? And I can tell you this. From a Christian perspective, you should be just happy what God gave you. But I can tell you this, that women in general, Christians and not Christians, size does matter. So if I could get the 11-inch augmentation, I probably wouldn't do it because 11 inches is pretty extreme. But I revert back to size matters. I've been friends with a lot of women in my life that just, good tight friends like, we have on these YouTube chats, and they all love a big giant cock. Yes, Connie Carlo. No, and you can always, all you women out there, you guys know this already. When you hear the old adage that it's not how big it is, it's how you use it, that's a fucking lie. Every woman that I've been good friends with or put my big old giant jumbo cock to in my life, size matters in a big way. Yeah, but Simca, that's vanity. I mean, I've been friends with women. They told me honestly, I know women that have been really attracted to men. They had everything. They had good jobs. They were charming. They treated them right. Everything was good till they unzipped those fucking jeans and saw that little 3-inch pecker. Yeah, 11 inches. Come on now. I mean, I'm all for talking shit and stimulating a conversation, but 11 inches is a bunch of fucking bullshit. How about just a good old regular old fashioned 7-inch cock? No, you're right, Penny. Yeah, but Penny, you're a Bible toter. You're one of those right wing Christians from Texas. I mean, if you fell in love with a guy and he had a 2-inch cock, you should be happier than hell, whether you liked it or not. Yeah, I mean, you women know this. This is the funny thing about women. You ask them when you're young and you're insecure. It's how big was your boyfriend? They don't remember. And then you're a guy like me. You're an older guy. You get up fucking around Sault Ste. Marie and you go up there to watch the freighters come through. And all the women come on the chat and they say, "Wow, that's a big one. God damn, that thing is long." They all went from not remembering how big their prior boyfriends were to fully appreciating the size of a freighter coming through the Sault Ste. Marie locks. So, I mean, it does matter. Yeah, and even like the mysticism and pornography, Johnny Wad, some of those guys, they didn't have 11-inch cocks. I mean, get real. Oh, good for you, Scott. Yeah. I mean, these women, yeah, long Dawn Silver, that's right. I mean, these women could spend the rest of their life looking for a legit 7-inch cock and never find it. You're right about that, Gruber. That's exactly right. Yeah. But if you're friends with women, you get tight with them and they talk about dick length, they're all ready to shove how you use it out the window. I'll tell you what's interesting though is the way women lie. And that's just as bad. If you're even if you're a Christian woman and you're in a committed relationship and you find the love of your life, it's not any better that you're married that you lie to your husband about not remembering how big your prior boyfriend's cocks were. Yeah, they get it. They do. Men will do that. Yeah, you're a young adolescent guy and you don't know jack shit, right? You don't know, who's banging who and what it takes to get more women and fuck yeah, you bring out that ruler measure that cock. You better believe it. Same way you already knew it, Simka, because you were buying bras, but a guy doesn't unless he whips out that damn uh, tape measure. He doesn't know how long his cock is. Yeah, fuck yeah. Better believe. How else you gonna know how long it is? You're buying bras. You already know. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I'll tell you this too. Here's the advantage. Like, I'll give you two examples. Like, let's say if you were dating, okay, and you were with 20 women and you had sex and nobody said anything, that would be a pretty good assessment of where you stood. But let's say you took the same number and you were having sex with the same amount of women. They said, man, you have a big cock. It says to you right there that even though it's women and they claim that it doesn't matter, why would the women that experienced a bigger cock acknowledge it and compliment the male? I'll tell you why. Because it fucking matters. Bottom line, you women need to quit lying. Seriously. This is society's fault, though. This is the pressure that you succumb to as you age. I know women that I've been friends with that have met guys that they thought were Mr. Everything until they saw the length of their pecker. Yeah, well, Blue, you may have been the anomaly. You could have been a girl that you didn't give a shit about how long a guy's pecker was, because he could go down on you, yeah, and give you 14 fucking orgasms in 45 minutes. And why would you give a fuck how long his dick was? So you could be the anomaly, and I would think that's valid. Good night, Jeff. No, I agree that it's funny you bring that up, Melissa, because if you look at Deep Throat or Little Laurel Annie, the one I just referenced earlier in the chat, they're far and few between. But it all boils down to personal preference. I think everybody would agree on this. Sex is subjective. It's all what you're into. And it's no different than being the pedophile, the pianist, the guy landing on the moon for the first time, a great writer, an arsonist, a kleptomaniac. It's human behavior. And that's why one size doesn't fit all. So when I'm trying to explain to Penny what good sex is, if she's not into that, she's going to think that I don't know what I'm talking about. So you're always on this metal detecting search on what it is you like, and that's what's going to define what's good or what isn't. Right, Gruber. That's right, Chris. Yeah, it's true. Yep, you're right. And some of it's like great, and some of it isn't great. But I believe 100% that it isn't something you pick or choose to. You can get all the therapy you want, and whatever your genetic combination is on what you like, you're not going to change it. If you're a pervert, you may get enough medication and therapy to keep you from doing it, but you're still going to like it. Different flavors, right? But it's a tough thing to do. I mean, it's not easy. When you're young, you don't know shit. Just by virtue of getting it, that's good enough. And then as you get older and you read and you experience things and you know what you like and you know what you don't like, that's not always an easy mesh. You're right, Blue. Yeah. Yeah, Grouper, quit talking about them. Quit talking about Grouper. We're going to get rid of you. I can tell you this, no matter what, that's why you find uh, neurosurgeons. There's a guy, Conte, Conte. It was a murder in Detroit, a psychologist. This was years ago. Was a bright Jew, great life, nice wife. Got hooked up with a prostitute and ended up getting murdered in Detroit. Conte, Conte. And even though I wasn't that experienced at the time, I was a young guy at the time. I can remember thinking that that made sense. He probably married someone that was going to be a good mother to his children, lived in a good upper middle income area. But when it came to sex, other than bearing children, his wife didn't really turn him on that much. And I know and I hate to say this, and I'm not picking on them, smart Jews that are like that. They got this other side, and if you're rated like orgasms on a scale, their wives, even though they were great mothers and produced great offspring, the sexual excitement level would be around 3. And when they got with a prostitute that they could hire by the hour, their sexual excitement was around 9 or 10. Thus, they were fucking around on the side. See, Grouper's smart. He knows that we're protective of the innocent, and he backed off. And he spelled "you're right," which is a big plus. Daisy, you snoring hard? Right on, Rita. I don't think that's. I don't think it works that way, though, Rita. That's more like a journalist explanation. Nah, not me. I don't give a fuck. I appreciate the human infallibility, so no, I don't give a fuck. You know, it's funny. About a month ago, I was over in Hilton Head with Marty and his wife. I don't really like going there that much, and we were fucking out at a place eating breakfast, and somehow Marty's wife's a bright lady, and we were talking about regrets, and she's like pretty good usually, but I said I don't have any regrets, and she said you don't. It's like nah. She said, well, why not? I said, well, I'll tell you why. Because whatever the hell it was, at the time that it happened, it was fucked up. I mean, minus a crystal ball, I never like self-sabotaged myself on purpose. I make some fucked up decisions, but when you look 2020, at the time, I based my decisions on what I thought was the right thing to do. And as it turned out, it wasn't. And I can remember thinking at a young age that regret seemed so illogical. It was fucked up. I didn't have a crystal ball. I went with what was presented to me. It was a fucking clusterfuck. I fucked up and I shouldn't done it. But when I looked at it, it's like, fuck it, man. I mean, if I couldn't ascertain at the time what the right thing to do was then, why in the fuck would I be worried about it 20 years later? That is the definition of regret. So once I realized that, I thought, fuck it, I'm not having any fucking regrets. It was fucked up then, it's fucked up now. It was bad enough then. I'm not going to double dip it. You know, I was disappointed then. So because of that, I don't have any goddamn regrets. I don't. I fucking don't. What's yours, Luna? I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any regrets. It's fucked up then. Why am I going to regret it 20 years later when I couldn't do shit about it when it was happening? Now, I will get depressed as a motherfucker, which is more illogical than that. But nah, that's one thing I'm crystal clear on regrets. Fuck them. Yeah, I make it right too. In what kind of way, Penny? In what kind of way? Oh, yeah, yeah, I get it, Luna. Yeah, pointless, Chris. Yeah, it is. But, Chris, I'm thinking that too. But if you look at what Luna just said, that's kind of different. Yeah, what if? Yeah. No, I don't process past events. Fuck them all. Oh, sorry about that, Luna. Learn from it. That's it. But learn from it is true, but it's anecdotal, kind of. If you look at Luna's example, what the fuck is she going to learn from it? Nah, Luna, nah. Don't think that way, Luna. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, thank you, Penny. Yeah, I would agree with that, Chris. I would agree with that too. Yep. It's true, Penny. I mean, we're all going to be like figuring out this bullshit until it's tits up. Right on, Penny. It is what it is. That's a tough pill to swallow, right? Yeah, it's not over yet, Luna. Good night, Salty. You're right, Blue. Yeah, that's a good point, Luna. No, I don't, Joe. Nope. I'm glad that I did. Why would I regret them? Gerald, do you regret being born? Hey, I see you. Get rid of that motherfucker. Yeah, good job. Good job on that, Blue. See you later, Gerald, cocksucker. I'm sure if I hadn't been sipping Johnny Walker Double Black, I'd have done it before you. You're right, Drifter. Yeah, right on, Simka. Bingo. Yeah, Daisy's snoring. She is. Yeah. That's all right, Luna. They're good for you. Yeah, it's true. I see you. Yeah, you're right. Which is why I'm partial to, like, feeling like want to help them. It does, Penny. Yeah, that's all right, Gruber. How old are you, Gruber? Oh yeah, well, that's all right. You don't you haven't aged enough yet to like know this. Don't feel bad. Good for you, Penny. That's a good attitude. Good idea, Semka. 58? Well, you're a young one, Penny. Happy birthday in advance. Wow, you got lucky. Yeah, I do, Grouper. I do. Oh, you got lucky, Penny. Yeah, good for you, Penny. Penny, if it's that good, why hasn't it been easier? No, it's not, Chris. Right on, Penny. Yeah, she's snoring. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool, Gruber. Yeah, that's why I quit doing it. Yeah, Daisy does that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, Daisy's a good dog. She takes off with Marty just as much as she does with me. Sleeps with him. Oh, that's cool, Gruber. I like The Shining and Old Country for No Men. Hey, Jojo. Yeah, I think so too, Gruber. Yeah, I have a hard time sitting through them. Pretty Woman was excellent. I watched that the other night. Oh, really, Blue? Right on, Penny. Oh, cool, Chris. No, I don't, JP. I mean, maybe the vet does, but I'm not aware of it. Full Metal Jacket was good too. Good night, Simka. Nighty night. What's that, Penny? Crab legs? Oh, good for you. You know, believe it or not, catfish is getting hard to get around here. That's what the world's coming to. Fucking catfish is too expensive. Yeah, it's getting expensive. They don't even want to serve it in restaurants around here, Gruber. Yeah, but most of them are farm raised. Yeah, catfish is good. I like it. Penny, don't eat that sway. SWAI. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Yeah, it's high. It's high grouper. Yeah, right. Don't eat it. Oh, really, Rita? Uh, I can't figure it out. You know, it's farm raised. It used to be plentiful, but even the restaurants around here, sway is terrible. Look it up on Google. SWAI. It's a Vietnamese carp. They over medicate them because there's so many in a pool. It's the shittiest, toxic, chemically laced fish you can eat. Don't eat it. Yeah. Oh, really, Blue? Wow, I didn't know that. They canceled the king crab season in Alaska. Yeah, I know that, Bopek. Yeah. I think tilapia sucks. Oh, good for you, Penny. You're right, grouper. Carp are good if you smoke them and take the mud vein out. Hang on a second while I put in my ramen noodles with frozen pre-cooked shrimp. I wanna rock with you. I wanna rock with these frozen shrimp all night long. want to rock with you all night. Smoke this crack. Hi, hon. You hungry, hon? Be wreck your mind. I wanna rock with you all night. Smoke some reefer all night. Relax your mind. Good girl, honey. I want to rock with you. Oh, yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Just made myself some ramen noodles. Gave Daisy a Caesar's dog thing. Good for you, JP. Yeah, I don't even know what days it is most of the time. Fucked up. Asia, most invasive Asia, in Eurasia. They sure do. I bought a book on weeds, cost $40. Weeds of Georgia. All that shit comes from Eurasia in Asia. No, that flooding was northwest Georgia. I'm in East Georgia, Crawfordville. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm glad I missed it. Oh, good for you, JP. These ramen noodles are good. Hey, Kim. Yeah, I go to Augusta all the time. Yep. Actually, I'm going there in the morning. James Brown, I think he was from Macon. Wasn't he from Macon? Yeah, Macon, yep. I think he was from there. Yeah, I don't know what happened to her. Now I was in Athens today. Yeah, REM, yep. It's a cool town. Yeah, I like it there. Yep. I went to the Tractor Supply there today. Oh, really, Gruber? Oh, really, Penny? These noodles are good. Yeah, it's true, Blue. Yeah, you'd love it down here, Chris. Monticello, I go down there all the time. Marty owns a bunch of buildings down in Monticello. I was just down there the other day, Penny. Yeah, you'd like it down here, Chris. Monticello's a pretty town. Yeah, you'd love it here, Chris. Civil War stuff. Oh, Huntsville, yeah, it's a rocket center. Right, Grouper. Yep. Oh, cool, Grouper. You know, as I'm talking to you guys, I'm seeing this. They're doing this 9/11 history bullshit. Yeah, you're right, Grouper. Yeah, good night, Rita. Have a good night. Yeah, that's right, Chris. Yeah, I think they did, Grouper. I think they came down from the plains alone. Yeah, I do. Yep. Me either, Blue. No, I don't think so. There's no proof of that. No, there was a straight answer. They explained it perfectly. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed, you guys. I hope you guys have a good night, a good day tomorrow. It's great chat. You never know how these things are going to turn out. Tonight was a good one. Chris, Penny, Grouper. You guys have a good night tonight and a good day tomorrow. Oh, I'm tired myself, too.